say on the whole, going to the Highland Room every week, I had something new every single week. Even if I was only sewing half of an outfit, I often sold my clothes to my friends so I could go out and buy more material to make something new for the following week.
You just had to have something new every week. You had to look different. You had to be different. It was a different scene. You know, you were showing off to each other really. You know, we had to sort of, we got the name of being a different kind of underground scene, so we became different every week.
We got some tricks for our ultimate outfit. We used to, a friend of mine and I used to go into Mercer stitching some quite decent clothes, and we used to look through the racks, pick out what we would like to wear that night, go in the changing room and swap clothes over and just walk out, and then we were set for the night. Then the following week you go back in the same thing and then swap again, you know, which is a bit naughty, but you know, it wasn't as security conscious as it is now. I remember at one time cat suits with all the rage with the halter necks, and really we were barely dressed, to be quite honest, but it was all the best designer outfits.
Getting ready for the Mecca on a Saturday night was always a big event for the girls, such as Joanne Leach and Janet Thompson and I. We used to go round to either each other's houses at lunchtime on a Saturday to start thinking about what we were going to wear.
When we used to go to the Mecca Wigan Casino, I got the nickname of Black Widow, purely because everything I wore was black. Black tights, big black platforms, black skirt, black t-shirt.
Later on, when I went to Wigan Casino, I found that the dress styles were very different because the place was so huge and really was packed and sweaty. There wasn't such a need to buy new clothes and stuff.
The wheel was like a fashion show. Everybody were there, sharp, Shermans, mohair suits. The more you paid for your suit, the better you looked. Your shoes were immaculate. Your bags were there for the morning change. It was brilliant.
The occasional person would start wearing driving gloves, and that developed into wearing one glove eventually. And it was very related to the fact that when you danced, well, you know, the twisted wheel downstairs, you've got to remember the twisted wheel was concrete floors, no sprung dance floors and whatever else you get nowadays. It was concrete floors with brick walls painted black or red or whatever. And by 5 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, they are streaming with sweat, right? Now, if you're leaping around and you're dancing on the floor and you're doing backflips, you're landing on your hands, gloves are quite a useful thing.
Started with suede editors, a couple parts, shoes highly polished, of course. And, you know, I mean, I used to spend an hour ironing my shirts before I went out on Saturday, you know, to make sure every crease were out.
There was a difference in the fashion of the Northern Soul scene, yes. The modern sort of trendy type mecha style where people had like stay press trousers, bowling shirts, compared to flares, you could call them at Wigan, and vests, Grandad's vests with badges on, Northern Soul and Right On and OK.
It attracted people who were style leaders, but there was no style bibles at the time, so it's created by people by themselves. They weren't told what to wear. People created it themselves. Haircuts, clothing, shoes, everything.
There was thousands of people coming down there to Wigan. They brought with them a different code of dress, a different dress sense. I mean, the people that came down was a baggy trousers, t-shirts. There were no Ben Shermans, there were no smart suits, there was no brogues, and no schoolboy ties, there was no short haircuts. It just seemed to take on like a cross between the old skinhead, suedehead days, and it just wasn't what that scene was about, I'm afraid.
In my day, £100 was considered a lot of money for a record, but I've since learnt that a Scottish guy has paid £15,000 for a Motown classic, Frank Wilson's Do I Love You. Hard to believe, but there you have it.
Although people may find this hard to believe, having collected records since I was 11 years old in 1964, I found myself in a position where to achieve my lifelong ambition of owning Frank Wilson, I had to pay the unearthly sum of £15,000 to acquire it. And you may think for a Scotsman being tight, that's a wee bit off-putting, but that's the way it was, I'm afraid.
I've probably got the largest Northern Soul collection in the world. inspired initially in the early and mid-70s by collectors like Ian Levine and Bob Stevens, people who wanted to own the lot. And I used to look at the DJs with maybe a box or two of very rare records, and I didn't want to do it that way. I wanted the lot as well, and it took many years to do it, but I always wanted to find the pearls from amongst whole rows of records.
For years I understand DJs have been covering up records. And I heard from Ian Levine that I was apparently the first guy as a DJ to cover up records. Initially I was ashamed. I thought, well, you're cheating. You may be cheating copyright, I don't know. But we had a record, it was Bobby Patterson, What a Wonderful Night for Love. And I changed the label, and I even put it on list to sell as a guy, Benny Harper, because I had another record by him. I think it was on Philae, so can't remember the tune. Don't Let It Happen to You, I think it was called. And people were saying, have you got Benny Harper's? I said, yeah. And it took so many years before someone said, hang on, that's on Palmer, and you can still buy it. I said, well, I'm sorry.
We were one of the first people to start importing the rare Northern Soul records into the country. We sent away for catalogues to the States, got in touch with a guy called Bernie Binnick in Philadelphia, and he sent us the catalogues, and then we placed our orders with him. The next thing we knew, the customs officers arrived at the house, wanting to know exactly what we were up to. Why could we possibly want all these records? Who would want them? Why would anybody want them?
Because they were the type that nobody else except a collector would want.
You know, they weren't the Beatles. Why do you want these odd records? So eventually the customs men came, they took us down to the bank. They went through our bank records, the family bank records, all of which was quite, legal and above board. So eventually the records arrived. The customs men then offered us an import licence, which we never took up. But we still continued to import things.
It was surprising how quickly a record of value lost its value. One week you might see it advertised for 30, 40, 50 pounds and a list. Following week it could be down to £5 in value.
In the 70s, if you had a record and you paid £30 for it, which was a lot of money, because us lads was only on £6 a week, and you'd go out and somebody had got a pressing of this record. So instantly you would sell the original for £2.50 or £3. I mean, I can remember selling a record which I thought was very dear. It was a record they used to lend off me to play at Cleethorpes. It was the Salvador, Stick By Me Baby. I sold that for £4.25, sorry, because it got booted. And it broke my heart at the time.
The first big time record collector I remember meeting was a guy from Northampton who moved up to Blackpool, Bob Stevens. And we met him at the Blackpool Mecca, and on 6 or 7 occasions we went back to his flat in Blackpool. I remember vividly, it was a small dingy flat, and 6 or 7 was just piled back. They had the most incredible record collection in mint condition.
Bob Stevens was a blues collector, but on the way he used to not restrict himself to blues. He used to buy things that just sounded right. And he had a most amazing collection of records. And these guys had come from whichever scene they'd been at, and they said, we've paid this for this, and they'd hold up a disc, and it was their pride and joy. And Bob, in his Northamptonshire drawl, let me just look at it, and he'd study it. It's not in bad condition. It's the only one in the country. And Bob would turn round, I bought that new. And the guy's face had dropped, and Bob would have bought it new.
The collector's market in all music has gone and skyrocketed, but one of the first lucrative markets in collector records was soul records. They were one of the first types of music that were worth you know, a value as such to a collector's market.
I was about to get married, and I suggested that as we had quite a bit of space, maybe he'd like to be our lodger. It would also help to pay the rent of the flat, which was an astronomical sum at the time of £5 a week. And he said he jumped at the idea. We went down subsequently with the transit van and bought more records until we had so many records that we didn't know what to do, and they were absolutely immaculate. And Bob would handle a record like I've never seen anyone handle a record. He would never ever put his fingers on the grooves. He would hold a record like that, and he would even not breathe on it. You could see him holding his breath while it was out, and then he'd hold it like that and slip it back in the sleeve, and it would go back gently, not be rammed in like some of these less civilised chappies. He was an absolute artist, with Bob Stevens.
Sweetest thing from a shoe.
start wanting to go for the music. The next thing is you're into record labels. You're wanting everything that's half decent on the same label. Once you get it in poor condition, then you want to get it in good condition. So it goes on.
I can remember distinctly going to Carl Dean and asking him about Mr. Bang Bang Man, and he said, "You'll never get it. It's been deleted." And at that stage, I was unaware that there was a market for deleted records. I said, "What do you mean it's deleted?" He said, "Well, it's been deleted. You'll never get it. You won't go to a shop and buy it." And that's really what started me off collecting records.
When we first used to go to the clubs, we never used to take records with us because we basically wanted to buy. We weren't looking to sell. But we soon found out that one of the best ways of turning records you didn't particularly like into better records was to trade them. And when we went to Blackpool Mecca particularly, I do remember one fateful occasion. I'd got a record by George Blackwell on Smoke, who Can't Lose My Head. Curtis looked through the box, went straight past it. Levine looked at it. What's this like, Chris? It's quite nice, Let me borrow it. And he played it. What do you want for it, Chris? And I think I said something really extortionate, like £3, because it was unknown and, if it wasn't a sound. And lo and behold, the £3 changed hands and I bought myself a couple of drinks and a pie and that was gone.
I must have only gone through around about 10% of these records in this thrift shop. There was thousands to go through. It was impossible to go through in the time period I was there. And when I returned to England, on one of the Saturday nights shortly after I returned, Ian Levine came down to the Catacombs on a visit. He was with Les Piquel, and we were talking about it and where I found records in Miami. And I mentioned about this thrift shop, where it was, the location and everything. And from that, Ian went back to the States on the following visit. I think it was next year, April or whatever it was. And he went through again, and all the records that I couldn't go through, he found thousands and thousands of other ones.
Each time I see you, baby, something deep inside tells me that I love you, baby. Just can't tell you why. A strange change comes over me. Baby, can't you see what a wonderful feeling you bring to me? When I'm near you, baby, and you're near me, it's ecstasy. When I put my arms around you, it just drives me wild. Each kiss you gave me, baby, sets my soul on fire. A strange change comes over me. Baby, can't you see what a wonderful feeling you bring to me? When I'm near you, baby, and you're with me, it's ecstasy. When you're near me, baby, I really must confess, a strange change comes over me. I can't conceal it. You know I've got to reveal it. This strange way I feel it. I must talk about it. Don't you know that I can't live without it? Oh no, you know I'm not pretending, 'cause it's a never, 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 never ending. This strange way that I feel it. I got to reveal it. Oh
I recently found a record that was absolutely unknown to everybody, which is which was the first record on a Motown sub-label called VIP, and the number is 25,001, and it's by Patrice Holloway, And nobody ever heard about that record ever, you know. And I worked for Motown myself, you know, for many years, and I've looked in the files, you know, and I've never heard of it. And I think the record was pressed, you know, and somebody ordered the destruction of the stock, either because the record was not considered as good enough, or maybe there was a problem with the contract of Patrice, you know. But such a thing can always happen in the future, you know, and I think this is absolutely fascinating. But in 1999, we discovered a record from the mid-60s that nobody has ever heard about.
Collecting records, northern records in the 90s is problematic, I would say, from a number of points of view. First of all, comparing to collecting in the 70s, I would say other collectors are a lot more knowledgeable. And where that impacts most really is in the realm of lesser known records. What happens now is people are on the lookout for those things, they're a lot more knowledgeable, so that impacts on the collecting scene as a whole. That makes it difficult for everybody, because in a sense everybody's hunting the same kind of stuff.
One of the things that started to get me into collecting quality records was we used to visit a record shop in Birmingham called the Discovery, and the releases that you could get at the time were things like Nothing Can Stop Me, Gene Chandler was a new release when I first started. But it soon dawned on me that this record had been around before on stateside, and that's when the bug really got to me, the fact that there was something, you know, the pretty labels didn't really appeal to me. Soul City's a great label, but the colours didn't appeal to me. What did appeal to me was the fact that I could, if I tried hard enough, get Nothing Can Stop Me on a stateside.
Around about 1969, myself and Phil Sachs, we probably exhausted most British releases, stateside, Talamote and Capital, blah, blah. We wanted to progress the scene. We started buying American imports. We bought them by the name of the writers, the artists. If I saw Rick Tick and I see a name, I knew J.J. Barnes was a soul singer, I bought a record, I chanced it, Real Humdinger, Please Let Me In, blah, blah. I said, oh, that sounds good. So we played them in the Twisted Wheel. Some of them people danced to, some of them people didn't. And to be honest, it was trial and error. It developed from there. We then imported records direct from America, Randy's in California being the main place.
I'm so weak and downhearted. Everything has been wrong since we parted. You gave me your heart and I abused it. Tried to make you feel bad. Gave me your love, I misused it. Didn't know what I had. Need you, baby. Listen, baby, I really love you. Need you, baby, by my side. Listen, baby, I really love you. I need your love, need your every day. Got to have it every night. Make things alright. Oh now baby, I want you to come
I was a journalist with Record Mirror when I first found out about Northern Soul. It had been written about in a rather insular magazine called Blues and Soul, but it so fascinated me that there were these clubs and these DJs playing seriously obscure records that I decided to investigate it for myself. The thing which fascinated me about Northern Soul was that it had the ability to wrench people out of complete obscurity and, in a sense, make them into stars.
Dave Golding was always very opinionated, and Dave came to soul music and his love of music from what I would call an intellectual viewpoint. I came from a working class background in the north of England. I just went out and enjoyed my soul music. Someone once said, when we were sort of in a conversation to Dave, that Dave had never used one word where four would do. And I replied, that's true, and I'll never use one where half will do.
One of the things, of course, with Dave was because he refused to have his column edited at all. And I know he had problems with John Abbey. John Abbey had problems with, with Dave with regards to the editing of his column. Dave Golding flatly refused for his column to be, edited. But yeah, he could be a bit barbed with his pen.
I was spending a lot of time with Tony Cummings. He was very interested in the Northern Soul scene, and he sort of turned me onto it, And we used to go around and hang up there with Ian. He was very hospitable and showed us around various scenes. Sadly, some of them he remembers more clearly than I, but they were wild times. There was an enormous amount of energy in the scene.
I wrote an article about one particular star, and it could have been one of 1,000. A chap called Eddie Foster. He came out of San Francisco, made one or two great records, and then disappeared back into obscurity again. That story fascinated me. The whole idea of somebody who could be, working in his day job, not realizing that the other side of the world, here was a scene. Here was clubs and discos and popularity, and he knew nothing about it. Very strange.
We at Selected always tried to do things quite well, so we decided we'd do these, we'd do bootlegs. We'd tried getting some of the titles from the record companies. Could you press us up 1,000 copies of such and such a thing, Little Anthony or something, and they didn't want to know, to be honest. People thought we were laughing all the way to the bank. We did quite well actually on the songs, no denying that. We did make money on soul, Northern Soul.
The idea of the Out of the Past label came through one's own entrepreneurial aspirations. And I can remember asking Keith Mitchell for a list of the top 20 or 30 records that we should have on bootlegs, because bootlegs were certainly there in the scene. They're even more so now, and even have become more acceptable now. But at the time, the bootleg scene was certainly there. And I went to Chicago with Major Lance. We went in the studios of Brunswick Records, and it is true that Eugene Record himself actually did all the putting the records onto a tape so that they then could be recorded. And Eugene Record, Major Lance, Otis Lavelle and Carl Davis, they were all in the studio that day while Eugene Record from the Shy Lights put them all on.
The bootleg scene was inevitable because with the growing popularity, more and more people wanted to get hold of a copy of the big records. There was obviously a market and money to be made out of getting out of either taking the single and getting copies made or getting hold of a tape. So that started to happen, and in fact I was selling them in Harlequin in Berwick Street. Most of it was coming from Selector Disc in Nottingham.
Although the bootleggers were actually detrimental to the authority that perhaps the DJs had by devaluing their records, it also meant that the DJs had to be constantly on the lookout for something new. They couldn't sit back and relax because the next week their top record could be pressed and everybody could have it.
As regards to bootlegs, I remember opening the mail one Saturday morning it was, and there was a letter and it said EMI, RCA, Polydor, Decca, Columbia, Warner Brothers versus Selector Disc, and I thought could be a problem here.
Since you've been gone.
Along with the music and the dancing and the friendships and the whole part of the scene, in order to stay awake and to dance all night, drugs, speed, amphetamines were prevalent on the scene. It became normal to be there and to score. I remember one time at the Torch, quite panicked because we had not been able to to get hold of anything. So at the last minute, some hero came through with some kind of white powder, and we very hurriedly went into the ladies' bathroom, if you could call it that. And I remember locking the door and opening this packet, and I remember pouring this powder into our hands, ready to lick this powder off our hands so that we could, you know, achieve this high. And unfortunately, I sneezed and blew this powder everywhere. And the girl was so mad at me because I just blown her whole night, just everywhere.
We used to take the Dextrin, the Drinamol to keep us going all night. And of course, me being me, I sort of went the whole way. And if I couldn't score in the street, I'd go to the place where I could get some gear, you know. And so I started breaking into chemists. I met so many people in them days. I went away for a year in Borstal, and I got arrested. And I got taken to the manager's office, and they found this stuff around the back of the door. And basically that's when the guy wanted me to inform and all that sort of thing. And I said, yeah, okay, I'll come next week and I'll pick out all the dealers and all that. And I don't think I ever went there again.
I can remember some of our friends, and everyone was breaking into chemists at that time. And a couple of friends of ours from Accrington broke into a chemist and they fell through the roof, and things like this were happening every weekend virtually, and our friends would disappear and, you know, they'd emerge 6 or 7 months later.
I got 51 blues on me because I'd actually bought 100 and I'd sold some to Brian, and I was keeping the rest for myself for the next week and maybe 1 or 2 for a couple of close friends. That was the reality of it. The way the police pitched it was I was a top DJ who used to travel down to Stoke-on-Trent to an all-nighter, used to drug deal and bring drugs back to Blackpool, where I would supply people like Brian Wilkinson, who was a disc jockey in a local sense, and we had a little circle, a nice little market going on. That's how the police pitched it, and they were just unfortunate this particular Sunday morning they only caught me with 51. That was a bad catch they were trying to make out.
Whilst at this flat I had these drugs, and there a knock on door, and I'd got into a bit of a drug squad because I'd had, you know, this said we were going to visit it. So I threw them all out the window. Well, it was a visitor from DHSS. Well, the woman next door had put her washing out, and then she called the drug squad because all these pills it took to put it washing out.
I never did it to excess. I see what happened to some of the people that did. Well, they slurred speech, wide-eyed, foaming at the corners of their mouth, couldn't hardly walk, let alone dance. You know, they just overdid it. Just stay away from people like that because you couldn't get an intelligent conversation out of them.
Gonna
broke up, I did sad. I made pretend that you had hurt me bad, yet in my heart I grinned. I held up my chin because I knew someday, yeah, we're gonna love again. Someday we're gonna love again. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Someday we're gonna love again. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Someday we're gonna love again. Do-do, 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 do-do. Just Say You Want It and Need It. Now that song, now I gotta tell you, when I recorded that, I had to have been 15 years old. 15, I'm sure it was 15, maybe 16 years old. And this song, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't divulge the secrets behind it, but this song was actually recorded by a high school band. It was myself and my high school band who recorded this song. And it was kind of the fourth record that I had ever recorded. So I had this little tiny little kid's voice, and my voice was just maturing and developing.
You know, that was the OK label at first. That was a subsidiary of Columbia. And then when Carl moved to Brunswick Records, then we went to Brunswick, you know, which is, you know, out of New York.
Northern Soul, irregardless of what people may think or what some people may claim, was far more than Motown, far more than Motown. In fact, I don't really believe that a lot of the Northern Soul songs really were connected to Motown. I think that was years later that the Motown situation became important on the Northern Soul scene, because 90% of the records that were played before that were from Stax and Revelot, King, Chess, Brunswick. They were from all those different labels.
We've been quite a bit aware through publications, I guess you'd say, where we have been a very popular group in the European market, period. Unfortunately, the booking agencies that we've been involved with, and they're all a bunch of were the reasons why we have never performed for the population, the general population in Europe.
Inky Dinky Wang Dang Do. What a title. And then the answer was, Baby, Baby, I Love You. And that's what everybody wanted to understand. What was the dialogue? What was the conversation?
I recorded Picture Me Gone in 1967, and I never thought that I'd be sitting here now some 30 years later with the whole Northern Soul, this wonderful musical movement that's happened in the UK, and just something that was obscure that people love it. I mean, I'm thrilled. It's like an honor. You know, it's just incredible for me.
Anybody who has gone through that Northern Soul era will tell you that they'll all probably say there'll never ever be anything like that ever again. It was just a one-off thing which happened. It's like every 20 years you have like this great magician who comes out of nowhere and becomes the personality of the year, whatever, and the personality of the century. Northern Soul is the music of this century, as far as I'm concerned.
Popcorn says, Yvonne, I have a song for you that I think will fit you. And the name of the song is Just Like You Did Me. So I heard it, I liked it, we recorded it, and it was released in the States, in Detroit. And I did not know the extent of how far Just Like You Did Me went, but I thought it was like a local, song. It went local, I didn't think it went any further than Detroit.
I was just completely stunned and just bowled over at the way they felt about the music, so many of them flopped so fast in America. We didn't even think about them anymore. Many of the tunes, when I did the first Northern Soul thing, I had to learn the lyrics for. I had just not done the lyrics in America for all of those years. So it's quite an experience.
I'm very pleased that my songs have always been a part of the Northern Soul scene. I've heard a lot about the Northern Soul scene. And hopefully with God's blessings, I'll be a part of it sooner than later.
I want to thank the people of the northern part of England, which is called the Northern Soul, for appreciating our music, because we feel as though we were forgotten. Today is the day, 1999, they're still thinking about us.
To find out that I'm a part of something that I knew nothing about, didn't even know existed, makes me feel as though, well, basically, maybe I did have the right idea. Many songs that I recorded, some I didn't write, some I did. I find it extremely pleasurable that the tunes that are like the ones that I've written, you know, that doubles the pleasure, you know. Yeah, it's a really good feeling to know that you're part of something that's enjoyed, you know, even if you didn't know about it. that really makes it good.
I don't know the chords, all the chords, but I keep it, try to sing it and everything. Girl, you promised me that one day you'll be the love I can call on mine. But every time I ask, are you ready for love? You tell me to hold on a little bit longer, but please don't make me wait too long, 'cause without you I can't go on. You are the one for me, and I love you so desperately.
There are a small number of books that have been written about the Northern Soul scene. There was Night Shift, Pete McKenna, that's a recent one, rather about the life of a normal Northern Soul boy. And of course there was the Russ Winstanley and Dave Knoll Casino book, which I thought rather captured the essence of going to the all-nighter, but quite frankly I thought musically and factually was extremely flawed. We come to the chapter on records which Russ discovered and played, and find out there's as much truth in there as Little Bo Peep.
Russ Winstanley wrote a book about Wigan Casino. It was a really interesting book to read. There were one or two bits that really did make me smile, like the example he had of how he got the Frank Wilson, and it arrived in the post, and it was just as Doreen was bringing him a cup of tea. Then he said, "Oh, Doreen, I think this is the one, you know." And she says, "Oh, Russ, I think it is."
I thought Russ Winstanley's book about Wigan was a pile of shit, because he seemed to go to, no disrespect to Russ Winstanley, but that man went to a different club than I did. I believe if you're going to do something, it's got to be warts and all. Like so many of the watered down things that have been on the TV and media over the years have never touched on the artist, the music, the characters, the drugs.
We were having a drink in a wine bar, and we came up with the idea of writing a book about Northern Soul because no one had done it. The only book that had come out recently at the time was Russ Winstanley's book about Wigan Casino, and which covered that particular part of the Northern Soul scene, but it sort of avoided everything like, you know, going back to the early days of the Wheel, the Catcoons, Valvars.
Decided to write a book about the Twisted Wheel, mainly because it was the birthplace of Northern Soul music. It had a great history, obviously. It went back to 1963, but the big reason that soul fans will remember it is because in 1969, imports started to be played there, and by about 1971, when it closed down, it really had put Northern Soul on its feet.
They've got to contend with the neighbors growing hay. Well, can't you hear them coming, breaking up the night? Huh. Well, can't you feel them coming, calling out to you? Baby, put me right. Okay, hold tight. Have mercy on my tired feet. Can't you see there's enough to do? Oh, darling, take pity on my tired feet. Ain't it hard enough chasing you right now? Once upon a time the shoes were shining, making music as they move. That was long ago, and now they're slower, all battered and bruised. I'm moving down the street. Come on, have pity on my feet. Pounding up and down the street. Can't you see what I'm going through? Oh, darling, have pity on my tired feet. Ain't it hard enough chasing you right now? Have mercy, baby, have mercy, baby, have mercy. Girl, you better have pity on my feet, because I'm all tired walking down the street after you. I gotta go, shucks, I gotta move on. Bye bye. Have mercy, baby, have mercy.
Going down into Blackpool town centre, there was a little small cigarette kiosk near the Victoria Street by the Evening Gazette buildings with Gary Wilde, who sold cigarettes but records as well, and a lot of quite rare soul records went in and out of his kiosk. I used to hang around there on a Saturday and just buy and sell records and meet people who came, and slowly started to build up a collection of my own.
There was this guy in Blackpool, Gary Wilde, who had the record kiosk facing the old Gazette office. And he was the first man I saw selling records above the retail value. The Five Piper and Mr. Bang Bang Man, £5, which was an awful lot of money in those days.
Many times when I couldn't afford to go to the Twisted Wheel or I didn't have enough money, I'd sell one of my rare records to Gary Wilde. You had to like him, but you hated him in the end.
In those days, sometimes we used to pay more than we used to earn in 1 week for one record. Gary Wilde used to sell his for £5 each. I remember as an apprentice when I first started, my wages were £5 a week.
About October, November 1968. It was during the time of the illuminations in Blackpool. I hadn't lived there very long, and I was resident for a while at the home of a local disc jockey record collector by the name of Barry Johnston, who was known professionally as Gary Wilde. I lived at the household of Barry and his wife Ruth. They were trying to get the Northern Soul sound as it was emanating, going in Blackpool.
These records, Boogaloo Party, I Spy for the FBI, and lots more like that, were extremely popular. And all of a sudden, he sort of started going for more money. And not long afterwards, I opened a small booth, kiosk, in the centre of Blackpool, specialising in the sale of records, usually ex-jukebox, ex-own collection, which we no longer use, but then people started bringing them in, and that is where the rarity started occurring. And we had boxes, and they were graded in these boxes from outside Lucky Dip at sixpence, 1 and 11, 2 and 11, 5 and 11, but most of all there was the golden £5 box at the back, and it was kept at the back of the kiosk. The kiosk was very small indeed, but it used to attract the clientele, a circle of friends, a group, every day, particularly at the weekend.
More
I've got such a big knowledge of records that easy things to remember, like my friends' names, first names. I have difficulty with it. I've got a filing cabinet full of crap, basically, in my head. You know, but you need to know, like, you need to know label, artist, title, B-side, A-side, value, original from bootleg, and that's over, I would say, records that fall into Northern Soul category, there must be 150,000 minimum that fall into that category, a collectible category.
It's well known that Northern Soul records have completely skyrocketed. They've reached an absolute zenith. In many ways, these vinyl antiques have eventually found their place in the sun. No doubt about that. The highest price, of course, is fairly well known now, is Frank Wilson, Do I Love You? After that, the highest price known to me, for certain, is £4,000 for the Inspirations, No One Else Can Take Your Place, on Breakthrough, and an unissued record in actual fact. All the copies are one-sided copies that are almost certainly DJ promos, although they don't say it. And after that, there are a number of records which would be known from £2,000 or £3,000, some of the rarer Shrine things, Cairo's Stop Overlooking Me, Don Gardner, Cheating Kind.
After 12 months or so, we had a good idea of what was in demand and what wasn't. We then found a supplier in America who would go out looking for these records because they were junk in America as well as they were junk over here. So that way, we started then to be able to get special pressings of records as well. You know, we did things like Mitch Ryder Breakout, which was in demand in the late 60s, Mr. Bang Bang Man by Little Hank, that type of thing.
Our best sellers in the times of imports, we had thousands of Dobie Grey before we brought it out. We must have sold 10 or 11,000 Dobie Grey out on the floor, legitimate import. Barbara Mills' Queen of Fools sold every month, you know, that must have sold 10,000. And then we did do a counterfeit copy of Love on a Mountain Top.
I had to go to these venues to sell records and swap records. I had so many good records coming in that I just couldn't keep up, and it wasn't enough to sell them by phone or writing to people. I had to go.
Now here, look at this, the Temp Tones on Artie, a promo. This is a big record in England. This is Northern. Girl, I Love You, promo. So you never know what you're gonna find here. I'm telling you, stuff everywhere. The Jays, Jimmy and the Persianettes. This is even a Weldon record. Look, this is Weldon did this. But I show them this. Tiffany's on MBS, MRS. This was sold to Atlantic. Who knows? There's mixed boxes of stuff. This I'm gonna keep out. So, anyway, who knows? There's stuff everywhere in here. But you gotta have patience and all. The problem is there's only 8 hours in a day and I work 12.
Name
The most I ever sold a record for was £100, which was Jericho Kurt on the Other Side, and so rare, such a rare record, never released in this country. You know, nobody ever had it, everybody wanted it, and I was lucky I had it. Sold it for £100.
I went from being a record collector to a record dealer in a very short space of time, and I'm not sure how. But I broke a couple of big sounds. One in particular was by the Sweet Things, I'm in a World of Trouble. And I sold that to Ian Levine, who played at the Blackpool Mecca, who went down an absolute bomb. And a second was Duke Browner, Crying Over You, who Keith Minshall bought from me, I think, for about 50 or 60 quid.
The Days of the Torch, I bought a record for £50. It must have been one of the highest paid records. One was Crying Over You, Duke Browner. Also bought Skiing in the Snow for about the same money off Dave Burton.
I remember Saturday mornings in Soul City was really incredible. You know, when we would have gotten shipment on a Friday, and on Saturday people would come in, and you know, it was a thrill for us as well, as because the thing about the people involved in Soul City is that we were passionate about the music. We weren't doing it to become millionaires.
In the early 70s, with good new up-tempo records coming through, some of them slightly obscure, some of them you know, not so obscure, there was a compromise made between the northern scene and the importers of new releases. That's records that were suitable. I had a soul flavour and an up-tempo beat could be played on the northern scene. Examples of this like Esther Phillips' Catch Me I'm Falling, Nightlighters, KG.
A lot of the guys on the soul scene hated it when we brought records in, legitimately or otherwise, you know. Sometimes you'd see them walk into the shop and the face would drop. They'd see the list of our new imports and, oh no, you know, oh, I didn't think you'd get that. And people would say, yeah, I suppose it was upsetting. We were selling it at £1.50 and they'd perhaps paid, you know, £40, £50 for it at an all-nighter a few weeks previously.
When we moved to Kings Lynn, Ian Levine was probably the first of the well-known DJs to come down, and he was looking for a record by the Carstairs that only came out on a promo, and we happened to have bought a big, maybe 50 or 100,000 promo records from the 60s and the 70s, and it was in there, and he found it, and I think there was 3 copies. And then it became a massive record, and it's still a massive record today.
I'd actually buy Chris Burton's Out of the Past pressing from somebody and meet them on the M62,
and get those. And on Saturday I'd actually go into spinning in Manchester and HMV shops and all over the place.
We had a competition running, Mick Smith and Dave Burton and I, to see who could get the most money out of Ian Levine for a record. And I think we held the record with Crazy Baby, The Coasters. We had it covered over as Freddie Jones, My Heart's Wide Open. And we got £15 for that, which was a lot of money for Ian Levine to part with for a record. A lot of money.
As early as 71 and 72, it was on our minds to discover, you know, and find as many unknown records as we could and to get them played. We met Tony Jebb. We found a record in Hemel Hempstead by George Carra, Angel Baby, and we took it up to him and he bought it off us.
Although it was never my intention, there ended up being quite a magazine battle between black music, which I was the chief features writer for, and Blues and Soul magazine, where Dave Godin, who'd originally been a black music columnist, went back to Blues and Soul and began a column in there. And the moment that Dave Godin arrived back at Blues and Soul, he began to sort of attack me. Looking back, I think it was all a storm in a teacup, but at the time it was extraordinary stuff. I mean, I was even advised that one of his columns was clearly libelous.
A journalist from London called Tony Cummings, Tony Cummings, who wrote for Soul Music Monthly, organised a bus to go to the Mecca, having read reports about it, for a bunch of London soul fans to see what it was like. And I went on this bus along with people like Sharon Davis from Motown Adastra, the then Motown fan club. However, unbeknownst to us, a very prominent soul writer who had a vendetta with Tony Cummins, who is a dear friend of mine, I have to say, Dave Godin, who was at war with Tony Cummins, had phoned ahead to the manager of the Mecca, Bill Pye, and said there's a coachload of Londoners coming up. They're coming up to make trouble. This was because Dave and Tony were at each other's throats, not that Dave was at the throats of anybody else on the bus particularly, but it was a hurtful and spiteful thing to do at the time, but a lot of water's gone under the bridge since then.
Most people actually thought that there was a feud between blues and soul and black music. Now that was never ever the case at all. The feud, if you want to use that word, was between two journalists basically, Tony Cummins for black music and Dave Godin for blues and soul. We never had a problem with black music, they never had a problem with us. It was a personalised issue between those two journalists.
There's an intense rivalry developing between Ian, especially Ian, not so much Colin, but especially Ian and Russ Winstanley at Wigan, who seemed to be terrified really of the direction that the scene was taking. And I think, again, like by early '75, I felt it was all over. The Mecca was the Mecca, Wigan was Wigan, and that was it, and the two didn't mix.
Many people on the scene at the time, 74, 75, thought there was this feud at the Mecca and the casino. Basically, I think it was individuals who were blowing things up out of proportion. There was never any real feud between the casino and the Mecca as such. Certain individuals, Russ in particular, because he was the head jock at the casino, decided by telling me that other records, certain records, couldn't or wouldn't be played at the casino. But Russ didn't always stay in the building all night, so some of these inevitably crept out of the box.
Some people might say that the casino went a little bit popish. Some people might say the Mecca went a little bit funky. But in their own right and together, they made a great scene. For the actual person who was there, the dancer, the customer, for the DJs, okay, there was probably a lot of rivalry.
All the members used to go to Wigan and they would ask Wigan DJs for things they'd heard at Cleethorpes, and that really is what caused all the rivalry. It caused Wigan to open a roadshow at the Winter Gardens, and it was crazy. There were, I think, 7 DJs booked at the Winter Gardens that night, and there were 30 people in the room, and on the pier there were 900. They were loyal. It was wonderful.
I don't think any of it was very edifying for most of us, but what I do remember about it was that it did show one thing, that passions ran very high in the strange world of Northern Soul.
My friends call it tragic, but I call your love sweet magic. Take me seriously, open up your eyes and try
Simon Soussan, if you'd never met him, was a guy you just wouldn't trust at all. He'd talk non-stop, he'd tell you everything, one story one day, different story another day. He just never stopped though, he'd got this energy all the while, and it was all music and this and what he'd done and everything. But he certainly, you know, I mean, it changed with the wind, you know, he'd, like I say, when he thought we were in trouble with Selected Disc and Black Magic, he'd gone, you know, despite all the favours we'd done him, bailing him out, getting him out of prison, ooh, didn't want to know.
I went with Kev Roberts to a long-time LA record dealer called Ray Avery. It was really Simon Soussan's lead. He'd been before, found quite a lot of records there. Unfortunately, as Simon was apt to do, he'd rather upset Ray over something I don't quite remember what it was. Suffice it to say, he'd upset him sufficiently to be banned from the whole premises. So we had the rather surrealistic image of rooting through shelves and boxes, and Simon shouting through the letterbox, "Guys, guys, you know the Willie Hutch. It's really the Richard Temple. It's on Dunhill. You must find it."
Simon Soussan was a major influence at Wigan Casino in the early days. A French Moroccan who was living in California was supplying DJs like Russ Winstanley and myself, and he actually came over to the UK and DJ'd at Wigan. And of course we were all ready for these wonderful unknowns because he had been finding stupendous stuff, and we were horrified, absolutely mortified, as he decided to play homemade instrumentals that he had recorded several weeks before in the studio. And basically everybody was wondering what the heck was going on. There was just dreadful Mountain Top theme by the Soul Fox Strings and 6x6, the Floor Shakers and the Dynamites and the Terrifics, and all these great northern names, but sadly all re-recorded by Simon. A great discoverer of Northern Soul records, but he most certainly lost the plot.
Simon Soussan said that he started his producing a lot of his own records, and he said these are out of this world, they're absolutely fantastic, you've never heard anything like. Well, Simon obviously all the time had something you'd never heard anything like. And then that night he was at the casino and I said, "Please Simon, just space them out, you've got some great records, do not play everything one after another." And you've guessed it, Simon said, "Oh, this is incredible now." And it was just like the Soul Fox Orchestra's greatest misses. It was one of those situations where everything rolled along, the same tempo, the same backing. Once or twice it's great, but not about 20.
Simon Soussan, who everyone knows of, who was a big bootlegger, and that he had this idea to record instrumental versions of famous Northern Soul records, 6x6, stuff like that, on this appalling synthesizer. Sometime later, I was with Ian Levine, and someone had given him a cassette tape of this, and we were in his car for some reason. I don't know why or where we were going, and he said, "Have you heard this Simon Soussan tape? This is taped at Wigan." I was there. Now, like I say, at that night at the casino, I'd hated it. I was virtually in tears. I just wanted to smash something. But Ian played it, and Ian started to laugh. He says, "You're joking?" And then I started to laugh, and it just got so hysterical.
Oh, and the next record is a big kick at Mr. Ian Levine. You see, he can get it, so he's going to be really heartbroken when he hears it. Here it is, the Dynamite, Ain't No Soul. Instrumental, of course.
I remember Soussan ringing me saying, "I've just had a big monster hit," and in his very descriptive way describes this guy coming out of a warehouse with armfuls of records, and he stops him and says, "I collect records, what have you got in there?" And he goes in there and he finds, just in one warehouse, it was amazing, he found George Blackwell, Mel Britt, the Salvadors, International GTOs, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. They were counterfeit copies. So Bob says, I don't like the look of this. He says, these don't look authentic. He says, I've had the Mel Britain. Come on, you're pulling my piss here. I mean, these are not right. So Susan goes, of course they're right. And he takes George Blackwell out of the packet and goes, looks a bit new, doesn't it? Got it on the floor, wiped it round like that, and brought it back and says, they'll like it now.
One time I sent Simon at the age of 22 about £7,000. It was equivalent to what I owed on my mortgage, and I got this cash together. I sent him this money, waiting for these records to turn up. America's run out of vinyl. Fred Smith died. Fred Smith hasn't died. The Poppies are sick. Frankie Crocker can't have his record released because he's fell out with Sylvia Robinson. The most absurd, ridiculous, bullshit, nonsense things. I used to ring Simon up and he'd moved house, or Simon's having his appendix out, Simon's been run over by an helicopter, Simon's now keeping alligators and he's not in the music industry. And I had this love-hate relationship where eventually my records would turn up. I'd have shops all over the north of England giving me so much jib. I'd have severe grief from people on mail order, and it was incredible. I mean, Simon's was fantastic because he was so brilliant at lying. It was an education. He'd just make the most ridiculous things sound almost plausible.
See, one thing that did happen at Blackpool Mecca was the night when Simon Susan rolled up and started looking through my record box, and gradually this bigger and bigger crowd started building up behind, and people were sort of pushing to get at the box. It was over by the bar on the left-hand side of the Mecca. And one or two people were saying, Susan, you know, where's my money? I sent you, 30 quid a year ago. I never got my records back. And then other people started saying, yeah, I sent you 100 quid, I'm still waiting for, my copy of the Tempos or something like that. And somebody was shoving me in the back, and I got hold of the bar and sort of pushed back so I could get some room, because I was trying to conclude a deal with him. And at that point, I turned round and a beer glass hit me full on in the face, and everything sort of shattered and dissipated. And Simon ran off. I think he took off with Richard Serling down to Wigan. and I had a bit of a messy mouth and bust tooth and all the rest of it. But he did say that I saved his life that night, so okay, I got a sore lip, but saved somebody's life. I never did get any records out of him though.
Simon Soussan had been out and collected a load of money off it. He flew over specially to collect the money in cash, which was for records that he'd sent us. And he went off down to London to fly back with a bundle of cash. And this was a time when, if you remember, you're only allowed to take a certain amount out of the country. I think it's about £300. Well, Simon apparently was walking along the tarmac there with I think it was about £2,500 on him, and suddenly he's pulled in by the customs officials, taken, to take the money off him, arrest him, and he's sent to Pentonville, and the only people who could get him out of Pentonville that night are myself and Brian Selby, the partner in Selector Disc and Black Magic, and he said, please, you know, I'll pour my mother's jewels, was one of his quotes. I'll get this money to you, please get the help. So we do end up going and getting him out and then paying this fine for him. And we said, well, we don't want the money in records, Simon. You know, that's not right, sending records that haven't cost you much. Send the cash, you know, pawn your mother's jewels or whatever you said you were going to do. Of course, thank you, you've saved my life, that's what Simon said. He goes home and, of course, we'd get a bundle of records.
Simon Soussan would use almost any ploy to get money out of us. One time I remember, he gave me a call in the middle of the night. Tim, you must send me $10,000. My studio, it is gone in the earthquake. For God's sake, send me some money.
Different signs. The zodiac shows that we're on for each other. Oh yeah. And that we're both just wasting our time. Though I believe in your signs. I'm an Aquarian, you're Sagittarius, yet I find the stars. The stars can't make me get you out of my mind, out of my mind. I'll read your horoscope every day, yes I do, hoping the stars will show us the way. But the sign still says our future won't match, oh no. And once we're together, our love will fade. And all the plans that we made, why couldn't you be Leo and I'd be a Virgo? But no mind, stars can't make me get you out of my mind. No matter what they say, I can't get you out of my mind, out of my stars can't make me get you out of my mind. I'm gonna keep on loving you, can't get you out of my mind. No matter what they say, I can't get you out of my mind. Stars can't make me get you out of my mind. I'm gonna keep on loving you, can't get you out of my mind. No matter what they say.
I think the media, certainly the kind of popular media's presence in Wigan was was a tremendous kind of downside to the whole scene. In fact, I mean, there were quite a lot of protests against it at the time. I mean, people say to me, "Oh, the Northern Soul scene, wasn't that all backflips and Wigan Casino and wide trousers and Tony Blackburn records?" And you're almost being physically sick when you hear what their version of Northern Soul was, because you know that's not what it was about at all. It wasn't about any of those things. I mean, actually, those big baggy trousers with badges all down them were almost like a carnival act that was kind of imprinted onto it at the kind of fag end of Wigan. You know, that wasn't what Northern Soul was about at all, you know, and to have that characterised as Northern Soul, that does it a tremendous disservice, I think. So I think the media have done Northern Soul a terrible, terrible disservice.
To date, Northern Soul's coverage through the media, particularly on TV, in my opinion, has always been made by people that have no connection whatsoever with Northern Soul. It is purely a TV producer's interpretation of what he perceives to be Northern Soul, i.e. baggy trousers, cap sleeve t-shirts, Wigan Casino, and youths off their heads spinning around with talcum powder on the floor. It covers nothing to date. I don't think anything has ever covered the depth of the Northern Soul scene, i.e. its music, etc. Nothing's ever come close, really. And really, when it's like that, it's best left alone.
In 1977 there was a programme about Wigan Casino. 7 minutes of that programme was devoted to the music. The rest of it was devoted to cloth caps. We don't want to listen about that.
Northern Soul has had something of a raw deal from TV. They never get it just right. There are always major deficiencies. That apart, the various programmes can't be lumped together and categorised all as one. This England now seems so long ago, everyone seems so young on it. The somewhat hackneyed interspersions with scenes of sparking clogs down Wigan streets was frightfully embarrassing at the time.
Just like the lyrics of a great song will never be over for me, Northern Soul music will never be over for those people who danced it, lived it, breathed it, loved to it, cried to it. It will just go on and on. It's timeless.
I know you come to tell me that it's over. Oh yeah, well alright, I'll let you go free. But baby, though it may be over for you, it'll never be over for me. Made up my mind not to start crying, no, no. But there is more than the eye can see. 'Cause baby, inside my heart is breaking apart. 'Cause it'll never be over for me. I know every time I look up at the stars, your face is gonna come into view. And every time the wild wind touches my lips, ooh, I think of your kiss and feel so new. But if ever you find that you were mistaken, oh yeah, no matter how long that my heart breaks, oh, just come on back. I'll forget about everything, yeah. 'Cause it may be over for you, yeah. But it'll never, 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 never be over for me. Now I know why you come here, to tell me that it's over. I'm sorry, I can't help you, baby. Oh, never be over, not for me. I know, I should wait around. It might be over for you, but it'll never be over for me. It might be over for you, but it'll never be over for me.
People underestimate the importance of Northern Soul in 90s pop music because particularly, say, let's be honest, north of, say, Birmingham, a lot of the last 20 years record producers have come from a cultural background that has been inundated with Northern Soul music, and whether it played a important part knowingly or subliminally we'll never know, but certainly people like myself and Mike Pickering and other people were inundated with Northern Soulers in our informative years. And if somebody said to me, was Northern Soul important to my career, the answer would have to be yeah. I would say that and Philadelphia and Motown. are the three things that made me successful.
The influence of Northern Soul on modern pop far exceeds the amount of actual Northern Soul hits there have been in Great Britain, and it's still there now. Along the way, it's picked up people like Paul Weller and the Style Council. A Solid Bond in Your Heart could have been an authentic Northern Soul record. Soft Cell's Tainted Love, the guys from Soft Cell were clubbers. They'd heard Gloria Jones' version and rearranged it in their own unique format. You hear strains of Northern Soul in all manner of records, from samples from Motown drums to actual covers of songs.
Northern Soul, I wouldn't say has had a great influence on modern dance music, but there have been some very clever producers, such as Fatboy Slim, who may be aware of certain elements of Northern Soul and have used it to very good effect on a couple of things.
Unfortunately, some of the biggest hits, which were Northern Soul hits, were nothing of the sort. I mean, they were simply pretty naff pop records, which used the Northern Soul machinery to gain popularity. So Wayne Gibson and Nosmo King and Wigan's Chosen Few aren't soul records and aren't very good records.
I was probably the first A&R man in London to take any serious notice of the Northern Soul scene. This would be back in '73. It was records like Robert Knight's Love on a Mountaintop. When that started to happen, you know, I checked into why was suddenly this old record happening, and found that it's the Northern Soul scene. And the Northern Soul scene again had been responsible, or partly responsible, for records like the Tams happening again and various old Motown singles.
We did do a counterfeit copy of Love on a Mountaintop. We sent across this record to somebody in America, not Susan, and he did a counterfeit copy which looked the same on Rising Suns, but it got this scratch at the beginning. And we kept selling them, and the demand was so great, and they'd all got this scratch at the beginning. I used to cringe every time I heard it. And we sold 12,000, and then CBS put it out, and it was a big hit.
Drink from a fountain.
Judy Street came out when we issued that, and that went into the top 100, but it was pulled out that week because the powers that be thought we'd hyped the record because there was no sales in London. All the sales were in the north of England. There was no sales in the south, so they reckoned it must have been a fix. So they pulled the record out the chart, and that first week it came out, I think on the Thursday. By the Friday it sold 10,000. So it was RCA's biggest selling record that week.
The northern scene over a period became very commercialised. I remember watching Top of the Pops, not that I ever watched Top of the Pops, and I saw Wigan's Ovation on there, and I thought, it's just not special anymore, it's on television. What we had there was special, it was, you know, unique to us and the following, and I just stopped going really.
Certainly people like myself who were involved in mutating some of the older songs into what was then current music bands like Wigan's Ovation, and Dave with his No Smoking, or No Smoking and the Javels as they became. That was a period when it was, in reality I think, although we would bring it to the masses, so I think we did a service. In reality, we were the first nail in the coffin of a scene that was natural.
Around about 1974-75, a few record companies put out some strange releases. I can always remember Pi Disco Demand, but I can never remember the demand for such stupid items as No Smoking, Goodbye Nothing to Say, Wigan's Chosen Few, Footsie. And the other banal record was by Wigan's Ovation on Spark Records, a terrible cover version of The Invitation's classic.
At Pi Records we already own the rights to several American labels. So I got Ian Levine in. So Ian selected 16 tracks from Scepter and Wand. He wrote informative sleeve notes. We got a lovely sleeve photo taken of a sort of a vault, all covering cobwebs, bottles of champagne and records spread around. Give the impression of, records from the vaults. Put the album out and it went into the top 20 album chart, which amazed not only everybody at Pi, but I think everybody in the record industry in London. They suddenly thought, hello, what's all this about?
Our biggest hit on Black Magic was the Showenettes, Papa Mau Mau, which actually made number 26 in the charts and was actually used as a fade-out record on Top of the Pops, but Pans people wouldn't dance to it. They said the beat was strange. And anyway, so we had a company in Holland, Negram, were interested in buying the rights, but they said that all their records were put out in picture sleeves, so could we please get them a picture of the Showenettes? And Simon had gone on about the Showenettes, what a good group they were going to go places. The lead singer, Paula Rousseau, fabulous voice. So we kept saying, well, Simon, we need some publicity photographs. It's in the top 50, the record. You want to put it out in picture sleeves in Holland, please send us some good photographs. And I got this little fuzzy Polaroid of these three young black girls, and that was it. That was the best he could do. I don't know who they were, where he'd got it from, but we sent this over to Holland sort of apologetically, and they issued a picture sleeve with this fuzzy Polaroid on.
To the ordinary public, it sounded like Northern Soul, but to the aficionados, we knew that it was just some people in a studio in London trying to rip the Northern Soul fan off.
Go on out and have yourself
For the first time, people started producing records which were tailor-made for the Northern Soul scene. A lot of people didn't necessarily agree with that because they felt that you had to go to a warehouse in America, search through lots of old boxes looking for the right material and bring it back. But it was important that these new records were being produced to actually get the scene to grow, because the sources of the rare records that we all knew and loved were drying up. So it was important that the scene got bigger and bigger.
My opinion on tailor-mades is basically I'm not in favour of them because I think American music through the 60s, for example, from Motown, as it went from 63 to 70, did progress, whereas the tailor-mades in this country didn't, and all they were doing was trying to reproduce a sound that had already been made.
I think it's a good idea that new records are being made, coming out tailor-made for the Northern Soul scene. I don't see any harm in that at all. If we're just continually playing the same old records, people are going to get tired of it. We need new sounds, and I can't see any harm in it at all. It's a new record, it's new music. We've still got the old ones. Why not? Why shouldn't we have some new ones as well?
In those days, as now, I was pretty individualistic, and Ian wanted a certain sound. That 4 on the floor had to be there, boom, 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 boom. And he also wanted that Motown sort of feeling where you had the bass line that was doubled by the vibes and whatnot. But I was hearing other things that we could add to that. And Your Magic put a spell on me. We had that bass line, and then I doubled it up in the string. So as the bass was going do 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 do, I took that and the strings were ba-da-da, 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 So it's really essentially comes out of the bass line, and I just used it up in the string line, and it made really something different. It was counterpoint to the bass line, and it complemented the arrangement, and it complemented the vocals, and it gave it a drive and a personality that was, I guess, was different from anything else that was out there at that point in time. You know, we did those records. We didn't know where they were going to go, and they ended up, you know, in the top 30s in the charts almost immediately. And I remember Ian calling up and saying that they wanted Evelyn and LJ Johnson to be on Top of the Pops in London. Now, back in the States, we didn't know what that meant. And then we found out later that, you know, that was the top-rated entertainment show in the London market. So it was really a great experience for that to happen for us at such an early stage. I mean, we were young. You know, Evelyn was in her late teens. I was in my early 20s, and I mean, this was just really fantastic for some young people from Chicago to start with an international career.
EMI were doing a promotion. And a new up-and-coming young group from the States had been to promote their LP. They were called 100% Pure Poison, and they was flown into Britain to see how they went down on the soul scene at one or two venues that was highly regarded. But unfortunately at Burnley it had to be a Tuesday night. So we tipped Ian Levine off that this group was coming to Burnley because he DJ'd with us on a regular basis. Would he care to come along and see this group? And hardly anybody turned up. Me and Eddie went, and quite a few people from Tonmorden. And the main thing I always remember was Ian was raving about this young singer, and he said James, and he was called James Wells, and he was going absolutely berserk about this singer, and it was only well, several months or possibly years later that Ian got into writing his music and finding these up-and-coming acts in the States, that all of a sudden he turned up with this acetate of Baby I'm Still the Same Man, which to me, still to this day, is one of the best things he's ever wrote and had anything to do with.
I don't think there's anything wrong in anybody trying to record an old Northern artist or an old Motown artist in the 90s on a song or a backing that has Northern similarities. All I'd say is, don't be naive enough to think that the Northern scene will embrace it.
If somebody wants to produce or make records, 60s sounding records for the mainstream market in 1999 and has hits with them, more power to their elbow. I think that's an excellent idea. To actually press them on what is left of the Northern Soul scene or the Northern Soul scene in 1999 is a different animal completely.
The stuff Ian Levine made, LJ Johnson, Barbara Pennington, whilst they were good records, they were tailor-made records. I didn't think there was a need to make your own records, even though the records were musically spot on, did everything going for them. I didn't like that sort of stuff. I'd prefer to find a record that had the same ingredient. I didn't think there was a need to make your own records, but having said that, I did exactly the same thing with Major Bill Smith.
Some people say, oh, this stuff is rubbish. All you've got to do is look at Lucky Numbers by Ronnie McNair. That was the biggest record on the Northern scene for 6 weeks. Need you say any more?
Tommy Hunt was our genuine attempt of saying, look, here is a guy who can sing, he can perform, he's got it in his heart, and here is the track that we like, that you like, and we're going to marry the two. And we did. And the first track was called Cracking Up Over You.
Just another fool, aching his heart, shaking inside, tearing apart. Baby, I'm cracking up over you, cracking up over you. Got an ache in my heart, tearing apart over you. Yeah. Just another fool, hurting inside, crying the tears I'm trying to hide. Baby, I'm cracking up over you, cracking up over you, trying to hide the hurt over you. Yeah, now I'm alone, aching my heart, shaking inside, tearing apart, crying the tears I'm trying to hide. I got an ache in my heart, tearing apart over you. Yeah, just another fool, leaving the scene, free as a cloud. Do you know what I mean? Baby, I'm cracking up over you, cracking up over you, trying to hide the hurt over you. Cracking up over you, 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 cracking up
First ever tailor-made record for the Northern Soul was Simon Souson's The Sharonettes, Papa Umau Mau. He used to go on about this record. He'd played us these acetates of it, and as I say, it was just at the time when we started this record label anyway, as a soul oldies label really. And I wasn't a big, I never liked the song Pooper Every Mile, to be honest, as a record, as a pop record. But he was convinced, and he sent the acetates out to people like Russ at Wigan and people like that, and they started to get a very good reaction. So the record started to grow on us a bit, and we went along with it.
I would guess that as far as Sex with Girls on the Northern Soul scene was concerned, I never kept count, I never kept score, because I wasn't one to mark a card. I did it because I enjoyed it, I did it because I fancied the girl at that particular time. But if I really thought deep and hard, I would have to figure in a 2-year period it would probably have to be at least 200. And please don't take that as a boast, because it doesn't mean to be a boast. I also paid a couple of visits to Whitegate Rec Clinic during that period of time as my punishment and penance.
My favourite person was Frank New, as everybody knew him, Frank Booper. He used to do backdrops off my dad's car on a Sunday morning. We all used to come out still full of speed. I had a thing with Tony Jebb. I thought the world of him. But in the end, he had another woman. But I think he thought a lot more of me than her in the end, because I saw him years after, when he was still with her.
The people that went would be a bit riskier in their morality maybe than other people, ordinary people. And we used to look down on ordinary people. Remember the Twisted Wheel, you're talking about this situation of 30% of the people that went being from Manchester. The other 70% came from Scotland, Wales, Gloucester, London, Blackpool, wherever, Yorkshire. And these people were a particular group of people. And it was practically, I would have thought 60-40. 60% men, 40% women. And not many virgins went there.
Take your time, it might change your mind. Don't let all of it, I'll ask you again, baby.
we all started dating people from the scene, and you know, it was like nice that way. I think everybody had a girl, or either there was gay scene within it, but they were all friendly and nobody gave a shit about anybody else's business. It wasn't like talky or faddy, but it was posy.
If you had to put it in a nutshell, there wasn't many virgins that went to the Twisted Wheel because they were into the sex, drugs and rock and roll in a big, big way, staying out all night, pilled out of their head. Great times, the folly of youth. Wish we could have it back again.
How many virgins are allowed to spend all weekend away from home in the 60s? Let's be honest about it. And how many lads are allowed, you know, 16 and 17-year-old lads were allowed to stay out all night. So, yeah, everybody was a bit frisky, let's put it like that. And I remember sleeping with girls just to get records off them.
Was a very complex person. He used to be everyone's friend. He wanted to be liked by everybody, but he used to disappear. He'd start off at the beginning of the evening being friends with everyone, and then halfway through the evening something would happen and he'd just say he'd got to go. Sometimes he would ask for my car keys and I'd let him go, take the car. I didn't know where he went. One day in particular, I remember we were at Rivalry, and we were all outside, it was freezing cold, waiting for him to come back, and I think he came back about 11, 12 o'clock, something like that. I was livid at the time, but he was such a likeable character, it was very difficult to be angry towards him, because he sometimes acted like a child.
I first went to the Mecca around 1971 with a school friend of mine, Joanne Leach, and we were actually not quite 15 at the time. And within a very short period of going there, I met one of the DJs, Les Cacao. And Les and I became very good friends. I suppose to most people it appeared that we were going out together.
Les, although he didn't have thousands and thousands of records, none of us did at the time, it was more like hundreds than thousands. Les did have some good records that he probably didn't realise he had until such times as, you know, the Wednesday nights when John Bollen and I used to hitchhike up to his house and just pull stuff out. For instance, the Hoagie Lands record.
Escakel had a birthday party and he invited all the people who used to go to the Mecca, and we all descended on, first of all we met in this small hotel in Settle, and then we did a car chase like we were going to some rave or something, and we descended on this small village in Settle which had this small village hall.
I got to know Les Cacao. We became firm friends through records and telling each other different sounds, and stayed at his place in Settle for a weekend. I can remember Franny O'Brien being there.
Les used to meet me on a Saturday. We'd spend most of the day together. He'd help me DJ at a club called Lord Jim's, and then we'd travel over together to Manchester, either in my dad's Mini or in his white Ford Popular van. That seemed to get everywhere.
Les had his Thames van, so he used to pick us up outside Ralph's in Manchester, the record shop. He used to pick us up, we all used to pile in the back of his van, go down to the torch. So this particular time, unbeknown to us, we all piles into the back of his van. Nuts for services. Got to stop the van, I've got to get out. All right, okay. Parks the van up. Les gets out, into the toilet, into a trap, shuts the door. Gives him 10 minutes. All right, Les, I'm not going out. So, he says, why, what's up, I'm not coming out. I'm not going any further. Sort of thinking, well, you know, who's going to drive? He says, well, I'm not going. He says, well, give us your keys. So he passed the keys under the door. So we got the keys. And there was a guy called Mick. So he says, well, I work on a building site. He says, I drive a dumper truck. So I says, well, you'll have to drive. So we got in the car, crunched the gears, and away we went, and made it to the torch.
We'd be marooned in some place and Les would just go missing. And when I say go missing, I mean go missing, not for an hour, not for 2 hours, but for 10 or 15 hours at a time, and you would be marooned in the Midlands.
One day at Desi Boy's flat, we had to wait for 14 hours for him. And nobody knew where he ever got to. Nobody knew it.
It doesn't surprise me that he had Alzheimer's in the end, or that he died in that way, because I think if you could have taken an objective look at the whole pattern of his psyche, of his makeup, you could have seen something going on there that wasn't quite the same as anyone else, maybe. It wasn't just to do with his sexuality or his drugs or any of those things. There was something else, another dimension to him, and that maybe the whole Northern Soul scene kind of covered it up, because it was a place where people that were different could stay together and be part of a crowd. They weren't ostracised as they might have been in other pop cult communities.
you can't spend. I can give you love and affection, honey, but there is no end. This should open your eyes, so baby you can see. Now baby, ain't that good enough? Won't that be good enough, baby? You know if you need me, see I'll be there. All of your problems, honey, they are mine to share. I can't give you the world. You know all I can give you is me. Now, baby, ain't that good enough? Won't that be good enough, baby? I offer you treasures that would last a lifetime. All I ask is be mine. 'Cause honey, what good are treasures when there's no pleasure? Girl, I told you I love you. I can't explain. And if you can't dig what I'm telling you, I have to say it again. Ain't that good enough? Won't that be good enough, baby? Ain't that good enough? Won't that be good enough, baby? Ain't that good enough? Won't that be good enough, baby?
Motown held a family reunion which brought together many of its unsung heroes. Motown alumni such as Kim Weston, Marv Johnson, the Velvelettes, and Ivy Jo Hunter were brought together to record again by British record producer Ian Levine.
It's kind of strange it took an English person to do it, because I'm amazed that with all these fabulous artists around, nobody has ever thought of doing it before. And it's tragic that groups like the Marvelettes and the Velvelettes should be working day jobs and things when we want to put them back out there and give them the acclaim that they deserve.
Coming together again brought back these special memories.
Martha and the Vandellas was the first one I went on the road with. You see, we had this finishing school where everybody went to school a couple hours a day if they were in town, or if not, we went out on the road with them. And then the next, and I thought that was exciting.
I remember waiting until all of the sessions were over and bringing Stevie in this room and spending hours with him, playing every instrument in here, going from the drums to the piano, from the piano to the xylophone or jawbones or anything else in here that could be played. And I remember him making all kinds of music and doing all kinds of wonderful things right here, creating right here in the studio.
Come running to you.
Marv Johnson's was the first song recorded on Motown, the Tamla label, called Come to Me. But everybody knows You Got What It Takes.
The beginning was nice for everyone because there was a camaraderie, there was a general respect for each other, there was a quiet acceptance of the fact that all of us had something to offer to the effort. I guess the early days always will be the best days as far as I'm concerned.
The memories, the music, and the magic of the Motown sound will still have us dancing in the streets with our sugar pie honey bunches. For this week in Black Entertainment, I'm Gregory Dunmore.
That's all, y'all. I can't help I love you. Ain't nobody there.
We were considered Major League Motown fans, and when Ian Levine went to Detroit to start this Motor City project and record some of the great artists from Motown, we were really excited. and we attended the Great Yarmouth Weekender where Edwin Starr went on stage and urged all the Northern Soul fans to get behind this project and give it some support. And 8 years later, when it's a little bit too late, they suddenly want all these records. It's a shame that they didn't support the project at the time.
I was really one of the first Motor City artists that Ian Levine, I was the first Motor City artist that Ian Levine produced. A young man who I met when he was 14 years old. So Ian Levine asked if I would be a part of Motor City Records. And it happens that Motor City started a thing that fitted right in with the people of Northern Soul.
Now these Motown acts were basically artists who were still essentially based in Detroit, who hadn't moved with Motown from Detroit to Los Angeles in the early 70s. And Ian, who I knew had always been a Motown fan from an early age, had decided that he was going to go to Detroit and find these artists who had been left behind by Berry Gordy and co. and put them back in the studio.
They're all here, and thank them so much for making the dream a reality.
I went to Detroit with Ian Levine. It was a trip that he offered me because I was working for Blues and Soul and for Dave Pearce on Radio London. I do remember not staying in Detroit terribly long because the place was quite rough. They had all had brushes, I think, with marvellous fame in the 60s. They'd run way before they could walk. It happens all the time. I think it happened much more then. That it was thrust upon them with 1 hit, 2 hits, then it was gone. And of course you spend the rest of your life wishing for what was.
I'm happy because I've seen so many of my old Motown buddies and artists that I worked with from the year 1962 and this is 1989 and every time I start talking I just want to cry out because I'm so happy to see so many of my people. I just have to cry.
The 3 people that did support Ian, funnily enough, was Blues and Soul, because we thought what he was doing was valid and unique. Bob Jones at Kiss and Steve Hobbs, who is even today a Blues and Soul writer.
When I got back into the soul scene, I was a bit surprised that Ian's records weren't being played. One night at the Blackburn All-Nighter, Bob Hinsley had covered up a record which I sussed out was Ronnie McNair, Lucky Number. Contacted Ian, who gave me some copies, turned up at the Leeds All-Nighter with it. Sold about 60 copies in about 30 minutes. It was like the old days.
Satisfied, a girl that I can trust is what I need in my life. Now I found the missing link. Got me a lady, and she ain't no jinx. She's driving me wild with a radiant smile. I can't get over you, honey, you're my lucky number. Girl, I'm betting on you, baby. You know you're my lucky number. I've been telling myself, you need the kind of woman that knows how to help. A lady that loves me with understanding ways. That's the kind of girl that I dream of all day. Now I found the missing link. Got me a lady that knows how to think. She's driving me wild with a radiant smile. I can't get over you, honey, you're my lucky number. Girl, I'm betting on you. Baby, you're my lucky number. I'm giving my all, believing in you. I'm so tired of being alone, so alone and so blue. I'm so glad that you came along to thrill me through and through. Honey, you're my lucky number. Girl, I'm betting on you. You're my lucky number. I'm giving my all. I'm counting on you. You're my lucky number. Baby, I'm counting on you.
The Spirit of Detroit Award is presented to you this afternoon as an expression of the gratitude and the esteem of the citizens of Detroit in recognition of your exceptional leadership, your outstanding achievements, and your dedication to improving the quality of life. And on behalf of the Detroit City Council, 200,000 families, 1.1 million people who live in this 143 square miles, we welcome you to the city.
And how do you feel about Ian Levine of Nightmare Records? He's getting all these acts together. I mean, it's an incredible variety of people, from the backing singers to people like yourself and people from the Miracles and the Contours and Temptations. I mean, how do you feel about him trying to recreate in Detroit, in the home of all this classic music?
When Ian called me and asked me to join him here, or perhaps sing on some of his tracks, I refused. I don't think that you can recapture a Motown sound. I think what you can do is maybe enhance the Motown sound or continue the sound, but you can't copy it. And when he said that, I was sort of offended. But I can't brush away the thought that he cares.
He does
and to
care.
get us all here together, I hope that his caring would turn into something productive.
It bowled me over when I heard the Francis Nero record, Footsteps Following Me. I mean, I was convinced it not only was this perfect for what I was playing at the time, but this is also a hit record, because the minute I played it at one of my gigs at the Lacy Lady in Ilford, the place went balmy.
I was kind of sad that during the time I was working with Ian at Motor City that some of the records didn't achieve the success they most definitely deserved. However, when I moved on to my next position, working with Les McCutcheon, who in fact is a former Northern Soul DJ himself, I said to Les that there was a few records among the collection that I thought was worthy of re-release and remixing and having another real go with. In particular, Francis Nero and a song called Footsteps Following Me.
Love should be two-way, just like sunshine. Where love is the true way, there's understanding and peace of mind. We've got to trust in one another. All of us should first be friends. Friends have a faithful trust in each other. Love without trust can't win. I don't want footsteps following me. Unlike the prison, love's got to be free. I am allergic to jealousy. I don't want footsteps following me. True love, I believe, is love if you stay, love if you leave. Free as a bird, high in the sky. No holding on, no fear of goodbye. Love is the ultimate of expressions. Selfless and helpless, no guile, no lie. And if you treat love like your possession, love without freedom will die. I don't want footsteps following me. Unlike the prison, love's got to be free. I am allergic to jealousy. I don't want footsteps following me.
Instead of being this pariah, this label that no one had any time for, people were sort of hunting around asking what obscure records hadn't come out on Motor City.
One thing that was good about the Motor City project that Ian put together is that for once we all got a chance to be together and sing together, and a lot of these people have passed on. Shortly after that, you had Mary Wells, Choker Campbell, Marv Johnson, Earl Van Dyke, David Ruffin. It was a great opportunity, but we'll never get a chance to do that again.
day forever. No matter what the problem, no matter what the problem, be not turn away. When the road got a little bit rough, how many times did I my hands just throw up and declare I've had enough? We've got promises to keep, promises to keep, and miles to go, miles to go. We've got promises to keep, promises to keep, and miles to go before we sleep. Oh, when we started out, the smallest star was not too far for us to reach, for us to reach. There is just no doubt that our hopes and dreams are made real by the very words we speak. So what if we've had a few breakdowns? That ain't gonna stop us, we'll just keep getting up, moving on, no time for frowns. We've got promises to keep, promises to keep, and miles to go, miles to go. We've got promises to keep, promises to keep, and miles to go before we sleep. Oh, come on. We've got promises to keep, promises to keep, and miles to go, miles to go. We've got promises to keep, promises to keep, and miles to go.
People were covering up records to hide the original artist so that people couldn't find another copy. So I went down to Berwick Street one afternoon and found this kid's nursery rhyme called Maisie Dotes, and it was just an American copy on Kama Sutra. And I thought, hang on, you know, what's that? And I played it and I thought, oh, we've got to cover this up and get someone to play it up at Blackpool, just for a laugh. And so we did, we put white labels all over it, just left the Kama Sutra label showing. And I tried to get Ian Levine to play it, but he wouldn't, because he said, I've never heard, what is it, you know? He refused to play it, and I persuaded him to get Colin Curtis to play it. Just say, look, it's a brilliant new record, just stick it on. And the decks were broken at the time, I think, and they only had one deck working, so they couldn't listen to anything, just working with the mic and one deck. And of course it was like midnight at the Highland Room. The atmosphere was electric, there's people, you know, dancing at 100 miles an hour, and he sticks this record on, and it's a children's nursery rhyme. So it starts off ding da ding da ding da ding da ding da ding da ding, and Ian Levine fell over.
Maisie Dotes and Dozy.
Maisie Dotes and Dozy Dotes and little lambsy didos. And you can imagine that booming out across the Highland Room at 150 decibels. Ian Levine, I think, collapsed in a heap on the corner, and Colin Curtis, I think, had heart failure, and he's never been the same since.
My funniest moment was at the Whitchurch Civic Centre when we had a bomb scare, and well, everybody raced out and got out, and the fire brigade was there, and Soul Sam was there. He said, I'm not going anywhere. And he put on this record, I Ain't Going Nowhere, and he played it and played it and played it. And everybody, the fire brigade said to him, "There's a bomb in this place." He said, "Well, I'm not going without my record."
Basically, a lot of people got not so much disillusioned, but a lot of people like myself musically had gone the way that the music had gone. The music progressed and went off into jazz, funk, it went off into all sorts of things through the 80s. And a lot of people from the Wigan days who were progressively minded went with it. In the early 80s then, the scene sort of died back a bit, and it fell back onto the stalwarts of the scene, the collectors if you like, to carry it on through the 80s. Through the likes of the Top of the World at Stafford and those other clubs that did keep going.
For the last year and a half of 2 years of the casino, it was fading, it was getting weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. There was less and less people on the dance floor. And I think that carried on through the scene after the casino closed for at least a 12-month period beyond that. And it really wasn't until about end of 82, early 83, when we launched an all-nighter in Morecambe called the Central Pier, that began to turn around.
We wanted to bring it back around to what the main point of the Northern Soul scene generally was travelling to clubs to hear records you cannot hear anywhere else. Excitement, new records every week. And when myself and Kev Darge, for instance, got together almost as a team at the time, that was basically our ethic. And it was a cause, it was almost like a crusade.
I would certainly say that during the 80s, the days of 1,000 people in an all-nighter were well gone. It was down to a couple of hundred, a few hundred if you're really lucky.
Inside of my lonely room, I'm out of sight, but I'm filled with gloom. And outside, the world goes by, but I'll just hang my head and cry. of me. Oh, come on and see what's left of me, baby. Left of me, baby. Once you feel my world was blown, but now I find it was all just a joke. But it's much too late to wonder why, 'cause without your love I'll die. I know, baby, come see what's left of me. So come see what's left of me, baby. Left of me, baby. Oh, yeah. Come and see what's left of me. Why don't you come see what's left of me, baby. Left of me, baby. Come see what's left of me, baby. Come see what's left of me, honey. Come man, come see the big man cry. Oh, yeah. Come see what's left of me, baby. Come see what's left of me, honey. The man high. Come see the big man cry.
Most all-nighters at that stage weren't attracting a great deal in terms of numbers, and if you look through the DJ bills, the posters, the flyers, at that time it reflected it. It would have, say, Richard Serling and a stack of local guys, or Dave Everson and a stack of local guys, literally because they couldn't afford to pay the DJs.
Many older records were played in 1986 than had been played in 1976. Many records that were acceptable in 1986 were not acceptable in 1976. It never failed to amaze me that more dated records were played.
Let me down easy, though your love for me is all gone. Let me down easy, since you feel to stay is wrong. I know it's all over, but
good to be back, that's a fact. You see people who you haven't seen for 20, 30 years of the old crew, and it's like you're meeting long lost brothers and friends. It's like you haven't been away really, although you're talking like 20 odd years have passed. And you know, a lot of us have been married, had families, they've moved on now, and now we're having our turn again. We're back to 16 and 17.
This is Keel, where we run all-nighters, and we have run for 5 times a year, booking all the top DJs across the country, and kept things going when there was a lull in Northern Soul during the 90s. I have run it for 11 years with my wife Jackie.
It's better now than it was when I was going into the late 60s, early 70s, because basically they're playing a more mixed music now.
I think the state of the current Northern Soul scene in 1999 is as healthy as it has been for a long time, but what that's down to I don't really know, whether it's Joe and Jane blogs having kids that are old enough to be left on their own and that age group coming back out again. I think it's more the case than most. The new sort of compilation CDs that are coming out may be responsible for it.
For the last 35 years or so, Motown fanatics, Northern Soul fanatics, have been aware of the vast amount of material that was recorded in Detroit, in Los Angeles, in New York. For me, probably the greatest thing that's ever happened in terms of soul music is being the person that was allowed to go into those vaults, to listen to those tracks.
It is possible that the quality of the music in the 90s is so poor, it's actually driving people back to Northern Soul. I mean,
not actually driving them back, they just realise the great quality that there is in
that's
Northern
right.
Soul.
If you're just coming back for a nostalgia kick, I think it's rather sad, because then you miss out on anything that's been discovered in the last 20 years. If you come back with an open mind, I think it's great.
Some of the records that are played at some of the venues are played because they're worth £5,000, not because they're a good record. There's some utter crap played these days. There are still some great records played, but even more than it used to be on the old scene. The value of the record seems to dictate how many times it gets played in a night.
Every goodbye is not gone, and every shut eye is not slept. And I can tell by the guilty look on your face that every teardrop has not wept. Who are you trying to fool? You can't fool anyone else, baby. If you look around, you will plainly see that you ain't fooling nobody but yourself. Every checkbook don't mean money, and every crowd don't mean a show. So don't take my love for granted, 'cause every green light don't mean go. Who are you trying to fool? You can't fool anybody else, baby. And if you look around, you will plainly see that you ain't fooling nobody but yourself. You can't fool me. You can't fool me. You're telling your lies with your serious eyes. Who are you trying to fool? You can't fool anybody else, baby. If you look around, you will plainly see you ain't fooling nobody but yourself. Every checkbook don't mean money. Every crowd don't need a show. So don't take my love for granted, 'cause every green light don't mean go. Who are you trying to fool? You can't fool anybody else, yeah. If you look around, you will plainly see you ain't fooling nobody but yourself. You can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can't fool me. You're telling your lies with the serious eyes. You can't fool me. You can't fool me. No, you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You're telling your lies with the serious eyes. You can't fool me. You can't fool me. No, you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You're telling your
There are Northern Soul sessions happening all over the country, and younger people coming to them all the time. It just amazes me. I thought it would be all over by the end of the 70s, and it's still, the flag's still flying.
Northern Soul in the 90s has brought a resurgence in the music. All-nighters at Trentham Gardens, Keele, the Ritz, etc. have brought back thousands of fans. The people who left the scene, they've come back. The new blood that's coming in, the new records that are being introduced, the old records even that have been reintroduced, all show that the Northern Soul scene is as vibrant today as it's ever been.
Maybe
Blackpool Mecca. It may look like a rather large concrete coal bunker, but it's not. In actual fact, it's a little labyrinth of places to go and dance and watch people doing funny things. Oh no, that was 25 years ago. No, it's a reunion. We're all getting together. There's loads and loads and lots of people coming, and at least Doris is here anyway.
The music was the same, the place was the same, the people were the same. It was busy, it was hot, it was exciting. There was a great atmosphere. It was absolutely fantastic. It's one of the best. The Saturday night was one of the best nights I've had for a long time.
You just couldn't believe that you went up those 2 escalators and you got to that corridor where the island room was, and it's exactly the bloody same. And then you start walking along the corridor and the doors are closed, and somebody opened the doors. Halfway along the corridor, somebody's opened the door to come out, and the hairs have gone straight up the back of your neck, because whatever it is that's playing in there, you're just back there then.
The Sunday, with the performances from Rose Batiste, Pat Lewis, the Carstairs, and the Flirtations, was really great.
I think if the more that we can incorporate 70s and 80s, so we've got a chance of, enticing some of the younger people in. If you started playing 60s stuff, then you're never going to get it. It's like asking me when I was first going to listen to violin records. It's that type of, the records are like 30 years old. So they really got to be listening. We've got to play some more 70s, 80s. And incorporate it with the original 60s stuff.
If you'd asked me 20 years ago about the Northern scene, would it be alive in the 90s? I said no, it would probably have disappeared. But the fact that it's managed to go through 3 generations now of people, I see no reason why it should disappear at all. I mean, rock and roll has never disappeared. And the Northern Soul scene now has been going for so long and taken in so many generations that it's likely to be a similar circumstances.
If you want to know what it's about, start listening to music, you know. But don't listen for it, you know, don't listen to music for 5 minutes. Don't listen to it for 5 hours. Don't listen to it for 5 years. Just keep on listening. In about 15 years, you'll find out what it's all about.
Make it stand. When a child is scared and he wants to hide, he don't need no guide to his mama's side. But I'll always I'll always you're my baby, you're my baby. Up in the eve of night, don't need no switch to dim the light. When the guy's been lonely all his life, he don't need no money, that's the wife. But I'll always
I think the golden age of Northern Soul should be now, because we've never had the variety of records to choose from that we have.
The music is phenomenal, it's timeless. The passion, the power, the emotive sort of sound that comes from these tunes should live on, needs to live on, it has to live on. And the only way of doing that is getting more people like me along, and that's what I try to do. I try to encourage people, because let's face it, there's nothing in the charts at the moment, absolutely nothing whatsoever.
25 years ago, we went through all the all-nighters in England, united by Northern Soul. 25 years later, we're here again, united by Northern Soul. It won't change, it won't stop, it's incessant. Yo!
There were great days that I still relive when I put the CD in the car. I'm going down the motorway, and what am I playing but Northern Soul? And I'm playing the reissues that somebody who I don't know because I've been off the scene for 20 years has done, and I slot them in. I mean, they even buy them in Harrods now, and I think it's just out of this world, and the music is always there for me.
25 years on, 12,000 miles away in Australia, and the memories are just so intense and so special that it seems only yesterday.
Some people, Northern Soul was a religion. They ate, slept and drank Northern Soul. For me, it was the music and the dancing that I went along for.
I can see why Northern Soul has lasted so long, because in a sense, for a whole generation there, it really gave purpose to people.
Just never leaves you. It's stuck in your head for life. I even think 10 years down the line now when I'm 60 something, it's still going to be there. I'm going to be twiddling around in a pension queue, back flipping about if I get a chance.
There might be bank managers, you know, or bricklayers, but it's the music that transcends all the fashion. And the people that got into the scene in the mid-70s when Wigan was at its height, because it was the fashionable thing to do, you know, they've all fallen by the wayside. And you know, it's the music that lives on.
Sometimes I get really like, you know, fed up of going and like, because it's like a drain on me, and then you only got to go to one all-nighter and hear the one record, and that makes the whole night worthwhile.
I was playing some Northern Soul in my car and I got a really good feeling from it, you know. It makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up, get goose pimples and tingling of the skin, and that's a sensation from Northern Soul.
Now that I've got my own business and I'm working hard, when I'm working, I hear a record from the past 25 years ago. It brings back memories, you know. I forget all my aches and pains. I forget I'm 48, and all of a sudden I'm back at Island Room dancing and dealing in records, and it's great, yeah.
There were different faces on the scene. There were different places on the scene. But even after 28 years, I still enjoy the music. I still go to the clubs. I buy the CDs. I still collect records. I listen to Richard Serling's show on radio every Sunday. That, to me, is what Northern Soul is about.
That was your weekend, going to the Mecca and going to listen to Ian Levine, Colin Curtis, and to hear these fabulous records.
The music, the passion, the spirit behind it is too good to lose, basically.
You can't go back because those memories are too hard to replace, but it'd be nice to share those memories again.
The passion of the music never leaves you. The quality of the artists' voices, the musicians, the quality of the words and the songs, the arrangements and the productions, always there, and it's just something that gets in your blood and you just can't get it out.
Why did we do it? Because we enjoyed the music. Why do they have like Phillips adverts selling cat food, selling Northern Soul music? It's just one of them things.
Saturday nights at the Harlem Room will always remain with me forever, because it was the thing that I lived for. I lived for it week in, week out, month after month, year after year. I lived for that.
When I hear Jerry Williams or JJ Barnes, my heart just skips back 20 years, and I just feel fulfilled. Wonderful.
Those records that were made with such passion have transcended culture, they've transcended countries, and they became such an important part of so many people's lives.
You take a look round, if you can actually detach yourself from the music for a second and you look at the expression on people's faces, the way that they may have their hands clenched and the things that are going on. They know what's happening. They feel the same vibe as you.
Yeah, there's magic in the music. I love still collecting them, and even though I've replaced a lot now on CD.
When I sold Baby Reconsider 28, 29 years ago for 35, 40 pounds, that was the highest price I'd heard a record go for in those days. I'm told recently that a record went for £15,000. It's hard to imagine that things that we pioneered in those early days have gone on to become the Northern Soul phenomenon that is still with us.
I went to riffs all night, and it was almost going back. It's like a TARDIS going back in time. I enjoyed every minute of it.
I like to think that Northern Soul will never die. And basically, beyond the millennium, that another generation are going to be out on the floor dancing to Dobie Gray.
Now I'm married, live in Cumbria, in the middle of a field with no neighbours, and I have bloodhounds. Completely chilled. The days of the all-nighters seem a million years ago. And then somebody like Ian Levine will ring up and the memories come flooding back and you feel 15 years old again.
Every day when I open my eyes, I'm alone tore apart my